Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the Wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. The evening sun cast long, gentle shadows across the settlement of Haven's Rest, painting the modest collection of rebuilt structures in warm hues of amber and gold. The day's work was drawing to a close, traders securing their wares, farmers returning from the fields with baskets of carefully tended crops, children playing their final games before the call to supper. It was in these peaceful hours, when the harsh realities of wasteland survival softened into domestic tranquility, that the settlement's residents gathered for one of their most cherished traditions. In the northeastern corner of the settlement's central plaza, beneath the spreading branches of a miraculously surviving oak tree, sat a weathered but comfortable armchair that had become as much a landmark as any structure in Haven's Rest. The chair itself told a story. Pre-war construction, its faded blue fabric carefully patched with scraps of cloth in a dozen different patterns, creating a quilt-like tapestry that spoke of community care and resourcefulness. Beside it stood a small table fashioned from salvaged materials, its surface worn smooth by years of use, typically holding a tin cup of whatever beverage was available, and perhaps a plate of the day's communal meal. This was Nostalgia's Corner, though the settlement's residents had never formally designated it as such. Over the years, the arrangement had evolved naturally. The comfortable chair positioned for optimal viewing of both the plaza's activity and the spectacular sunsets that painted the western sky, close enough to the settlement's heart to feel connected, yet distant enough to allow for contemplative conversation. The oak tree provided natural acoustics, its broad canopy creating an intimate space where voices carried clearly without requiring effort. Nostalgia emerged from their modest dwelling as the sun began its descent toward the horizon, moving with the measured pace of someone who had learned to appreciate each moment rather than rush toward the next. Their ghoulified features bore the unmistakable marks of radiation exposure, skin weathered and textured in patterns unique to their kind, yet their expression carried a gentle warmth that immediately put others at ease. Pre-war clothing, carefully maintained and occasionally patched, spoke of someone who valued continuity with the past, while adapting practically to present circumstances. The evening ritual began as it always did, with Nostalgia settling into their chair and taking a moment to appreciate the view across Haven's Rest. The settlement bustled with the comfortable activity of people preparing for evening, cooking fires sending wisps of aromatic smoke into the darkening sky, the sound of friendly conversation drifting from various quarters, the occasional laugh of children discovering some new entertainment in the simple pleasures available to them. As twilight deepened, the first of the evening's visitors began to appear. Tonight, as on many nights, it was Bright who approached first, a settlement child of perhaps 10 years, whose curiosity about the world beyond their birth seemed inexhaustible. Bright moved with the eager energy of youth, yet had learned the courtesy of waiting for invitation before claiming a spot on the small carpet spread beside Nostalgia's chair. "Good evening, Bright." Nostalgia greeted warmly, their voice carrying the distinctive rasp common to ghouls, yet softened by genuine affection. I see that gleam in your eyes. Let me guess. You're hoping for cola stories tonight. Bright's face lit up with uncontained enthusiasm, settling cross-legged on the carpet with the practiced ease of someone who had claimed this spot many times before. Please, Nostalgia. You promised last week you'd tell about the Saturday morning tradition, the one with your sister and the special glasses. Other children began to appear as word spread through the settlement's efficient, informal communication network. They approached with varying degrees of boldness, some claiming spots immediately around Nostalgia's chair, others hanging back slightly until encouraged forward. The gathering had no formal structure, yet over time had developed its own gentle protocols. Younger children sat closest, older ones often perching on nearby benches or leaning against the oak tree's broad trunk. Adults, too, found reasons to linger within hearing distance. Some carried mending or other quiet work that could be accomplished while listening. Others simply stood at the edge of the growing circle, drawn by the prospect of hearing about the world that had existed before their own difficult reality. There was no judgment in these gatherings, only the shared human hunger for connection across time and circumstance. Nostalgia took a slow sip from their evening beverage. Tonight, a tea brewed from locally foraged herbs, and settled more comfortably into the chair. Their eyes took on the slightly distant expression of someone reaching back across decades to retrieve memories preserved with careful attention to detail. Saturday mornings, they began, their voice taking on the measured cadence of practiced storytelling, were different in the world before. Not because of any grand events or spectacular entertainments, but precisely because they were predictable, gentle, and ours to enjoy without fear or urgency. The children leaned forward instinctively, drawn by the promise of glimpsing a world where such luxury existed. Even the adults found themselves adjusting their positions to better hear, perhaps recognizing in these stories echoes of their own fragmentary memories, or simply craving the comfort of imagining such stability. Her family lived in a modest house on Maple Street, a real street with that name painted on a metal sign, not because maple trees grew there, though some did, but because someone long ago had decided that was a pleasant name for people to say when giving their address. The house had 2 stories, which seemed wonderfully spacious to children, and a small front porch where we could sit and watch the neighborhood children play in the park across the street. Nostalgia paused, allowing the image to settle in their listeners' minds. The skill of a good storyteller lay not in rushing toward dramatic moments, but in building the foundation that would make those moments meaningful. Saturday mornings began early, but not with alarm clocks or urgent responsibilities. Instead, we would wake naturally as sunlight filtered through curtains that our mother had sewn herself, yellow fabric with tiny white flowers, chosen specifically because she believed morning light should be gentle and welcoming rather than harsh. The house would smell of coffee brewing downstairs, and sometimes pancakes if the week had gone particularly well. Wright raised a small hand tentatively. What did coffee smell like, Nostalgia? I've heard grown-ups talk about it, but... Nosta smiled, clearly delighted by the question. Coffee was warm and rich and complex. Imagine the smell of something roasting. Nuts, perhaps, or bread developing that perfect golden crust, but with an earthiness beneath it, like good soil after rain. It was a smell that meant comfort and routine, and the luxury of starting the day slowly rather than in crisis. The description prompted nods of understanding from the adults, several of whom had their own fragmentary memories of that particular aroma. Children accepted it as another fascinating detail about the mysterious world that had preceded their own. But the truly special part of Saturday mornings, nostalgia continued, began after breakfast when my sister Clara and I tackled our weekly chores. Not the survival tasks, finding clean water, securing shelter, growing food, but maintenance tasks for a household that was already secure. Dusting furniture, organizing closets, helping with laundry that was accomplished with machines that did most of the work automatically. The concept of automated household assistants prompted several quiet exchanges among the children, who found such luxury almost fantastical. Nostalgia allowed these whispered conversations to continue briefly, before reclaiming their attention. The chores weren't burdensome because we knew they led to the week's greatest pleasure, sharing a Nuka-Cola with Clara once our tasks were complete. Mother kept them in the icebox, which was a large white appliance that kept food and drinks cold, using electricity rather than ice. We were allowed one bottle each on Saturday afternoons, provided our chores were finished and accomplished to Mother's satisfaction. "Just one bottle?" asked another child, whose name was Story, a settlement foundling who had shown particular interest in tales of family life. "Just one," Nostalgia confirmed. But that limitation made it precious rather than ordinary. We knew that opening our weekly Nuka-Cola marked the transition from work to leisure, from responsibility to pleasure. The anticipation built throughout the morning as we completed our tasks, each of us eager to finish so we could enjoy our reward together. The storyteller's voice took on a warmer quality as they approached the heart of the memory, the detail that had requested repetition so many times that it had become almost ritualistic in its telling. The icebox stood in our kitchen corner, humming softly with the sound of its cooling mechanism. When we approached it together, Clara and I, having received Mother's approval for our completed chores, opening that door felt like revealing treasure. Cold air would escape in a visible mist, carrying the mingled sense of fresh food and the distinctive sweetness that always surrounded Nuka-Cola bottles. Nostalgia paused to take another sip of their herbal tea, allowing the anticipation to build among their listeners, just as it had built for their younger self approaching that long-ago icebox. The bottles stood in their designated spot on the door's interior shelf, dark glass gleaming with condensation from the cold. Clara and I had our established protocol. She would select both bottles while I retrieved our special glasses from the cabinet. Not ordinary glasses, mind you, but ones Mother had designated specifically for our Saturday treat. They were clear crystal with a slight blue tint, smaller than adult glasses, but sized perfectly for children's hands. The children listening had grown completely still, absorbed in the vivid recreation of this simple ritual. Even Story, who typically fidgeted during long conversations, sat motionless with complete attention. The sound of opening a Nuka-Cola bottle was distinct. A sharp pop as the cap released, followed immediately by the gentle hiss of carbonation. That sound meant celebration, meant the moment we had worked toward all morning had finally arrived. Clara was older and stronger, so she always opened both bottles, but we took turns each week deciding who would pour first. "What did it taste like?" Bright asked, the question emerging with breathless curiosity. Nostalgia's expression became almost transcendent as they reached for this most treasured aspect of the memory. Sweet, certainly, but not overwhelmingly so. There was complexity beneath the sweetness, hints of citrus and cola nut, with a fizziness that tickled your tongue and made you laugh sometimes despite yourself. But the taste was inseparable from the experience of sharing it with Clara, from the accomplishment of having earned it through completed chores, from the luxury of sitting together without any urgency or pressure. The storyteller gestured gently with their free hand. as if recreating the act of careful pouring from bottle to glass. We never drank directly from the bottles. The ritual required proper glasses, careful pouring that preserved the carbonation, and the ceremonial first sip taken simultaneously. Clara would count to 3, and we would drink together, always followed by her inevitable comment about how it tasted different when shared. Better, somehow, than the occasional individual treat we might receive for exceptional behavior. Adult listeners found themselves exchanging glances that spoke of their own understanding of how sharing transformed simple pleasures into meaningful experiences. The children, lacking such comparative knowledge, absorbed this wisdom as naturally as they breathed. After our first sip, we would carry our glasses to the front porch where Mother had arranged 2 small chairs positioned to catch the afternoon sunlight. Saturday afternoons were for conversation about school, friends, plans for the week ahead, dreams for the future. Clara wanted to become a teacher, helping other children learn to read and write and understand the world around them. A brief shadow crossed Nastasia's features, the inevitable acknowledgement of futures that had never materialized, but they continued without dwelling on loss. We would discuss everything and nothing, the way sisters do when time stretches luxuriously ahead without pressing obligations. Sometimes neighborhood children would pass by, and we might invite them to join our conversation, though they couldn't share our special drink. Other families had their own Saturday traditions, their own rituals that marked the transition from week to weekend. The settlement children listened with fascination to this description of scheduled leisure, of time that belonged entirely to pleasure rather than survival. For them, such predictable luxury seemed almost magical in its impossibility. The Nuka-Cola would last perhaps 20 minutes of careful sipping, each swallow savored rather than consumed quickly. When our glasses were empty, Clara would rinse them carefully at the kitchen sink, while I returned the bottles to Mother for eventual return to the store. Nothing was wasted in those days. Bottles were reused, caps collected by children for games, even the cardboard carriers found second purposes. Story raised her hand tentatively. What happened after the cola was finished? Did Saturday end then? Oh no! Nostalgia chuckled, clearly pleased by the question. Saturday afternoon was just beginning. With our chores complete and our treat enjoyed, the rest of the day belonged entirely to us. Sometimes we would walk to the park across the street, where other children gathered for games of tag or hopscotch or jump rope. Sometimes we would read books borrowed from the public library, a building filled entirely with books that anyone could take home temporarily, just for the pleasure of reading. The concept of a building dedicated solely to lending books prompted several questions from children whose literary experience was limited to the few precious texts preserved in Haven's Rest's modest collection. Other Saturday afternoons, Clara and I would help Mother with baking projects, cookies or cakes that required more time and attention than weekday schedules allowed. We might visit our grandparents, who lived only a few streets away, in their own small house filled with furniture they had accumulated over decades of stable living. Nostalgia's voice carried a note of wonder, as if they themselves found it remarkable that such stability had once been commonplace rather than extraordinary. But regardless of how we spent Saturday afternoons, they all shared that same foundation. The completed chores, the shared Nuka-Cola, the sense of having earned our leisure through cooperation and effort. It wasn't the cola itself that made those moments precious, though its taste remained wonderful. It was everything the cola represented: family tradition, earned rewards, time that belonged to us rather than to necessity. The sun had set completely during this telling, and Haven's Rest had settled into its evening rhythm. Cooking fires provided flickering illumination, while the settlement's few electric lights, powered by carefully maintained solar collectors, created pools of warm radiance throughout the plaza. The storytelling circle had grown as word spread, now including most of the settlement's children and a substantial number of adults. Bright had remained completely absorbed throughout the telling, but now looked up with an expression of thoughtful consideration. Nostalgia. Could we try to do something like that here? Not exactly the same, because we don't have ice boxes or the same kind of chores, but something that makes special time for being together. The question prompted an immediate chorus of interest from other children, their voices overlapping with enthusiasm for the possibility of creating their own version of such tradition. Nostalgia set down their teacup and leaned forward slightly, clearly moved by the children's response. What an excellent question, Bright. What kind of Saturday tradition do you think might work for Haven's Rest? The children began offering suggestions with the rapid-fire enthusiasm of collaborative brainstorming. Perhaps they could designate Saturday afternoons for sharing whatever special treats were available, not necessarily Nuka-Cola, but whatever the settlement could provide. Maybe they could establish their own chore system, with tasks that contributed to community welfare, followed by earned leisure time. Story suggested that they could create their own special glasses for whatever drinks they shared, perhaps by decorating salvaged containers with paint or carved designs. Another child proposed that Saturday afternoon conversations could include sharing weekly accomplishments, like Clara and Nostalgia discussing school achievements. Elder Comfort, who had been standing at the edge of the circle throughout the story, stepped forward with a gentle smile. "I think you children are discovering something important," she said, her voice carrying the authority of someone whose opinion was valued throughout the settlement. Traditions aren't about having exactly the right materials or circumstances. They're about creating moments that bring people together and mark time as special rather than ordinary. This observation sparked further discussion among both children and adults about what elements made experiences meaningful. Several parents noted that Haven's Rest already had informal traditions, the evening storytelling sessions themselves, weekly community meals, seasonal celebrations when supplies allowed. "What if," suggested a mother named Grace, "we combine some of these ideas? Saturday afternoons could become our official time for sharing whatever treats are available, whatever stories need telling, whatever conversations bring us together as community family." The proposal met with immediate enthusiasm from children and thoughtful approval from adults. Practical minds began working out details: how to ensure fairness when treats were limited, how to establish chores that truly contributed to settlement welfare, how to balance structure with the flexibility necessary in their unpredictable environment. Nostalgia listened to these planning discussions with visible satisfaction, recognizing that their story had accomplished something beyond mere entertainment. The memory of Saturday morning cola sharing had become a seed from which new traditions might grow, adapted to current circumstances but preserving the essential spirit of earned leisure and community connection. I think they said eventually, when the initial burst of planning enthusiasm had settled into more measured discussion, Clara would have been delighted to know that our Saturday mornings inspired other families to create their own special time together. The best traditions are those that adapt to serve new people in new circumstances, while keeping their heart intact. As the evening deepened, and families began calling children home for supper and bedtime preparations, the storytelling circle gradually dispersed. But the conversations continued in smaller groups, parents and children discussing how to implement their Saturday afternoon plans, adults sharing their own fragmentary memories of pre-war family traditions. Bright was among the last to leave, approaching Nostalgia's chair with something hidden behind their back. "I made this for you," they said shyly, producing a small object crafted from salvaged materials. It was a miniature representation of a Nuka-Cola bottle, carved from wood and painted with meticulous attention to detail. The proportions were perfect, the familiar logo recreated with careful brush strokes, the whole piece smoothed and polished to a gentle shine. The Nastia accepted the gift with hands that trembled slightly with emotion. "Bright, this is beautiful. You made this yourself?" Mr. Carpenter helped with the carving, but I did all the painting and sanding. "I wanted you to have something that reminded you of your sister and the special Saturdays, but also of how your stories help us create our own special times." The significance of the gesture was not lost on Nostalgia, who understood that they were witnessing the transformation of memory into new tradition, of individual experience into community treasure. The wooden bottle would join the small collection of meaningful objects on the table beside their chair, serving not as nostalgic relic, but as bridge between past wisdom and future possibility. "Thank you, Bright. This will remind me every evening of how stories connect us across time and help us build better tomorrows from the wisdom of yesterday. I'll treasure it always." As Bright scampered home to their own family's evening meal, Nostalgia settled back into their chair with the wooden bottle cradled gently in their weathered hands. Around them, Haven's Rest continued its nightly settling routine, but with a new undercurrent of anticipation for Saturday afternoons that would bring community together in earned celebration. The ghoul storyteller gazed up at the stars beginning to appear in the darkening sky, considering how memory could serve not just as preservation of what was lost, but as inspiration for what might yet be built. Saturday morning, Nuka-Cola sharing with Clara had ended centuries ago, but its essence lived on in the planning conversations now taking place throughout the settlement. Tomorrow would bring its usual challenges: maintaining equipment, growing food, securing resources, protecting against wasteland dangers. But Saturday would bring something new: community tradition born from individual memory, shared pleasure earned through collective effort, family connection expanded to include all who chose to participate in the ritual of earned leisure. As Nostalgia finally rose from their chair to prepare for their own evening meal and rest, they paused for one final look across Haven's Rest. Lights flickered in windows where families gathered for supper. Voices carried on the gentle evening breeze as neighbors shared end-of-day conversations. Children's laughter echoed from quarters where bedtime stories were being told. It was a good settlement, filled with good people who had built something worthwhile from the fragments left by catastrophe. And now, inspired by memories of Saturday morning cola sharing, they would build something additional. Tradition that honored the past while serving the present, creating new reasons for celebration and connection. The wooden Nuka-Cola bottle caught the light from nearby fires as Nostalgia carried it toward their dwelling, its careful craftsmanship a tangible reminder that memory, when shared with love and purpose, became foundation for hope. While the residents of Haven's Rest planned their new Saturday traditions, miles away in another settlement, Grace faces her own challenges with precious resources. As she carefully inventories the community's small reserve of actual Nuka-Cola bottles, wedding plans and community celebration needs test her wisdom as a steward of scarcity. Join us next for the settlement treat. The morning sun filtered through the reinforced glass windows of Harmony Field's administrative building, casting geometric patterns of light across the carefully organized shelves that lined the secure storage room. Grace moved through her daily ritual with the measured precision of someone who understood that their decisions carried weight far beyond personal preference. Each step of her morning inventory followed the same methodical pattern: visual inspection, temperature verification, documentation update, and finally the careful count that would determine what celebrations the community might enjoy in the days ahead. 23 bottles of Nuka-Cola remained in the settlement's reserve, each one nestled carefully in protective foam within a climate-controlled cabinet that represented one of Harmony Field's most significant infrastructure investments. The bottles gleamed with the distinctive dark glass and chrome caps that had made the brand iconic across pre-war America, their labels still vibrant despite decades of careful storage. To most visitors, 23 bottles might seem like a modest collection. To Grace, they represented trust, responsibility, and the delicate balance between generosity and stewardship that defined her role within the community. She lifted each bottle with gentle precision, checking for any signs of deterioration or damage that might affect its future use. The glass remained clear, the caps showed no corrosion, and the contents still held the rich amber color that indicated proper preservation. Each bottle had been acquired through careful trade negotiations, community resource allocation discoveries, or occasional fortunate discoveries during salvage operations. None had been obtained casually, and none would be distributed without thoughtful consideration. Grace's ledger lay open on the adjacent workbench, a hand-bound book with lined pages where she meticulously recorded every decision involving the settlement's special reserves. Today's date headed a fresh page, followed by the current inventory count and a note about the morning's inspection results. Below that, she would soon need to record a decision that had been weighing on her mind since yesterday evening. The soft knock on the storage room door interrupted her contemplation, though she had been expecting the visit. Grace carefully sealed the climate-controlled cabinet and activated its security lock before calling permission to enter. The door opened to reveal River and Stone, the young couple whose wedding had become the subject of considerable community discussion over the past several weeks. River entered first, her expression carrying the mixture of excitement and nervousness natural to a bride-to-be whose plans required community resources. She had grown up in Harmony Fields, her family among the settlement's founding members, and understood better than most the careful consideration that governed resource allocation decisions. Stone followed closely, his weathered hands clasped respectfully behind his back, in the manner of someone approaching an important negotiation. "Good morning, Grace," River began, her voice carrying the formal courtesy that Harmony Fields residents used when conducting official community business. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with us about our wedding celebration plans." Grace gestured toward the small conference area she had arranged near the storage room's windows. 3 comfortable chairs positioned around a low table where important discussions could take place in natural lighting. The setup deliberately avoided the formality of an office, while maintaining the gravity appropriate for resource allocation decisions. "Please, both of you sit comfortably," Grace replied, settling into her own chair with the ledger balanced on her lap. "I've been giving considerable thought to your request since we last spoke. Before we discuss specifics, help me understand your vision for the celebration. What would make this day feel truly special for both of you and for the community?" River and Stone exchanged glances, the kind of silent communication that develops between people who have learned to coordinate their thoughts through shared experience. Stone nodded encouragingly, deferring to River's greater familiarity with community protocols. "We've been talking about this for weeks," River began, her enthusiasm emerging despite her formal tone. What we want most is to celebrate our commitment surrounded by the people who have become our family here in Harmony Fields. The specific details matter less than creating a moment that brings everyone together in joy, rather than just duty or necessity. Stone leaned forward slightly, adding his perspective with the careful consideration of someone who chose words deliberately. River grew up here, but I came to Harmony Fields only 3 years ago. This community welcomed me, gave me purpose, helped me build a life worth living. Our wedding feels like the right time to give something back, to create celebration that serves everyone, not just us. Grace appreciated this perspective, which aligned with the philosophy that guided her resource management decisions. Individual celebrations that strengthened community bonds served broader purposes than mere personal pleasure. "Tell me about the Nuka-Cola specifically," she requested, opening her ledger to review previous allocation decisions. "How many guests are you anticipating, and what role would you like the cola to play in your ceremony?" River's expression grew slightly anxious as she approached the heart of their request. "We're hoping for perhaps 40 guests, essentially everyone in Harmony Fields who can attend, plus a few trading partners from neighboring settlements who have become close friends. We hoped, that if each guest could have even a small portion of Nuka-Cola for a ceremonial toast, it would create a shared moment of true celebration." The mathematics were clear to Grace immediately. 40 guests would require perhaps 8 to 10 bottles if portions were kept reasonable, representing nearly half of the settlement's entire reserve. Such allocation would serve this single celebration, while potentially limiting options for months of future community needs. Grace made notes in her ledger while considering the broader implications. That would indeed create a meaningful shared experience, she acknowledged. "Have you considered alternative approaches that might achieve similar emotional impact, while requiring fewer bottles?" Stone and River exchanged another glance, this one carrying slight disappointment, despite their apparent preparation for this question. "We discussed mixing the cola with other beverages to extend the quantity," Stone offered, "but that felt like it diminished the specialness rather than sharing it. We also considered limiting the toast to just immediate family and close friends, but then it becomes exclusive, rather than community celebration." Grace nodded, recognizing the genuine thoughtfulness behind their planning. Many couples would have simply requested the resources without considering community impact or alternative approaches. River and Stone's careful consideration demonstrated the values that made resource stewardship possible in the first place. "I'd like to suggest a community meeting to discuss this decision," Grace proposed. "Not because I question your request or your planning, but because resource allocation that affects everyone should involve everyone in the discussion. Would you be comfortable presenting your vision to the broader community?" This suggestion brought visible relief to both River and Stone, who had clearly worried that their request might be denied outright or approved grudgingly. Community discussion implied that their celebration was valued enough to warrant collective consideration. "We would welcome community input," River responded immediately. "We want our wedding to strengthen Harmony Fields, not strain its resources. If the community has ideas for making our celebration work better for everyone, we're eager to hear them." With the meeting scheduled for that evening, Grace spent the remainder of her morning consulting with other key community members whose perspectives would inform the resource allocation decision. Her role as settlement coordinator required balancing individual requests against collective needs, but she had learned that the best decisions emerged from community wisdom rather than individual judgment. Her first consultation was with Elder Marcus, whose pre-war memories and post-war experience made him one of Harmony Fields' most trusted advisors. She found him in the community garden, carefully tending seedlings that would provide fresh vegetables for the settlement's evening meals. His weathered hands moved among the plants with the gentle precision of someone who understood that nurturing required patience more than force. "River and Stone's wedding request," Grace began without preamble, knowing that Marcus appreciated directness in important conversations. 10 bottles of Nuka-Cola for 40 guests. What's your initial reaction? Marcus continued his gardening work while considering the question, his silence reflecting contemplation rather than dismissal. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the measured wisdom of someone who had witnessed both abundance and scarcity. "Large allocation for a single event," he observed, "but weddings serve community purposes beyond individual celebration. They strengthen social bonds, create shared positive memories, mark important transitions that affect everyone." He paused, gently repositioning a struggling seedling. "The question isn't whether the allocation is large, but whether the celebration will generate sufficient community value to justify the expenditure." This perspective aligned with Grace's own thinking while adding nuance she hadn't fully considered. Wedding celebrations did serve broader social functions, creating connections and memories that strengthened community resilience over time. "What about precedent?" Grace asked. "If we allocate 10 bottles for River and Stone's wedding, how do we handle future celebration requests?" Marcus smiled, the expression carrying both warmth and practical wisdom. "Same way we handle all resource decisions, case by case, based on community need and available resources. Precedent serves as guidance, not absolute law. Besides," he added with gentle humor, "we don't have 40 weddings planned for this year." Grace's next consultation was with Sarah, the settlement's primary brewer and food preparation coordinator. If anyone could suggest creative alternatives that preserved the ceremonial importance of sharing special beverages while managing resource constraints, it would be Sarah. She found Sarah in the community kitchen, experimenting with locally foraged ingredients to develop new beverage options for the settlement's regular meals. Steam rose from several small pots where different combinations of herbs, fruits, and other available materials were being tested for flavor and nutritional value. "Wedding toast challenge," Grace announced, settling onto a stool beside Sarah's work area. 40 guests, desire for shared special beverage experience, limited Nuka-Cola availability, creative solutions needed. Sarah looked up from her experiments with immediate interest. This was exactly the kind of problem that engaged her professional creativity. Significant constraints requiring innovative approaches that still achieve desired outcomes. How committed are they to actual Nuka-Cola versus the experience of sharing something special? Sarah asked, stirring one of her experimental brews while considering possibilities. "They want the shared celebration moment more than the specific beverage," Grace replied. "But they also recognize that Nuka-Cola carries symbolic weight that regular drinks don't match." Sarah nodded thoughtfully, then moved to a cabinet where she stored her most successful experimental recipes. "What if we created a signature celebration beverage for their wedding? Something unique to Harmony Fields, designed specifically for their ceremony, using our available resources, enhanced with just enough Nuka-Cola to provide authentic flavor connection." The possibility hadn't occurred to Grace, though it aligned perfectly with the settlement's general philosophy of creative adaptation to resource constraints. What would that look like practically? 2 or 3 bottles of Nuka-Cola, combined with complementary ingredients I can source locally, Sarah explained, her enthusiasm building as she developed the concept. Fruit juices from our orchards, herbal infusions that add complexity, perhaps honey for additional sweetness. The result would be unique to their wedding, sufficient quantity for all guests and still featuring genuine Nuka-Cola as the foundation. Grace felt her optimism rising as Sarah's proposal addressed multiple concerns simultaneously: resource conservation, guest inclusion, and the creation of something special that honored both the couple's wishes and community capabilities. "Could you create a sample for tonight's community meeting?" Grace requested. "Something River and Stone could taste, and the community could evaluate." "Already planning on it," Sarah replied with a grin. "Give me until this afternoon to develop the blend properly. I think I can create something that feels like celebration rather than compromise." The community meeting that evening drew nearly all of Harmony Field's adult residents to the settlement's central gathering hall. The space had been arranged with chairs in concentric circles around a central area where River and Stone would present their vision. Grace would outline resource considerations, and Sarah would demonstrate her alternative approach. Grace opened the meeting with a review of the settlement's celebration philosophy: how special occasions served community-building purposes that justified resource allocation, balanced against the need to preserve reserves for future needs and emergency situations. Her presentation emphasized collaborative decision-making rather than administrative decree. "River and Stone have requested community support for their wedding celebration," she explained to the assembled residents. "Their vision emphasizes inclusion and shared joy, values that align with our community principles. Tonight we'll explore how best to make their celebration successful while maintaining responsible resource stewardship." River and Stone presented their wedding plans with obvious care for community concerns. They outlined their guest list, explained their desire for inclusive celebration, and acknowledged the resource implications of their Nuka-Cola request. Their presentation emphasized their commitment to creating celebration that strengthened community bonds rather than depleting community resources. "We want our wedding to be something the whole settlement can feel good about," River concluded. "If there are ways to achieve that goal that work better for everyone, we're eager to explore those possibilities." Sarah's presentation of her alternative beverage approach drew immediate interest from the assembled community. She had prepared small samples of her experimental blend, a mixture that combined 2 bottles of Nuka-Cola with locally sourced fruit juices, herbal infusions, and natural sweeteners to create approximately 40 servings of a beverage that maintained the cola's distinctive flavor while adding new complexity. The tasting results were overwhelmingly positive. Community members commented on the drink's unique character, its obvious care and preparation, and the way it felt both familiar and special. Several residents noted that creating a signature beverage unique to Harmony Fields represented exactly the kind of creative adaptation that defined their community's character. "This isn't compromise," Elder Marcus observed after sampling Sarah's creation. "This is innovation that honors both tradition and current reality." River and Stone would be sharing something that doesn't exist anywhere else, truly unique to their celebration and our community. The discussion that followed explored broader questions about celebration, resource management, and community values. Residents shared perspectives on what made occasions feel special, how to balance individual desires with collective needs, and the role of creativity in managing scarcity. Parent Ellen raised practical concerns about establishing precedents that might strain future resource allocation decisions. "If we develop elaborate celebration beverages for one wedding, don't we create expectations for similar efforts for every future celebration?" This prompted discussion about how community decisions should be made, whether consistency required identical approaches to similar situations, or whether each request deserved individual consideration based on specific circumstances and available resources. Trader Jim offered a different perspective, based on his experiences with other settlements. Most communities I visit have celebration traditions based on what they can produce locally, rather than what they can acquire through trade. Harmony Fields, developing its own signature celebration approaches, makes economic and cultural sense. As the evening progressed, consensus emerged around Sarah's innovative approach, combined with additional elements that would make River and Stone's wedding celebration distinctively memorable. The community agreed to allocate 2 bottles of Nuka-Cola for Sarah's signature beverage creation, with additional resources contributed for enhanced food preparation, decorative elements, and entertainment that would showcase Harmony Field's various talents. River and Stone's response to this collaborative approach exceeded Grace's expectations. Rather than disappointment at the modified allocation, they expressed genuine excitement about having their wedding feature something unique to their community, rather than something that could be replicated anywhere resources allowed. "This feels more meaningful than what we originally planned," Stone acknowledged during the meeting's conclusion. "We're not just consuming something precious, we're creating something new that represents what Harmony Fields means to us." The wedding celebration, held 3 weeks later, validated the community's collaborative approach to resource allocation and creative problem solving. Sarah's signature beverage, dubbed Harmony Blend by popular acclaim, provided the centerpiece for toasts that brought together 40 guests in shared appreciation for both the couple's commitment and the community's ingenuity. Grace observed the celebration from her customary position at the edge of the festivities, where she could appreciate the community gathering while maintaining the slight professional distance appropriate to her coordination role. The sight of guests raising glasses filled with a beverage that had never existed before, created specifically for this occasion through community collaboration, filled her with satisfaction that transcended mere resource management success. The evening featured dancing to music provided by settlement residents, food prepared by volunteers using ingredients contributed from family garden plots, and decorations crafted from materials gathered specifically for the occasion. Every element reflected community investment in the celebration's success, rather than simple consumption of existing resources. Elder Marcus approached Grace during a quiet moment between toasts, carrying his own glass of Harmony Blend with obvious appreciation for its unique character. "This is what resource stewardship should accomplish," he observed, gesturing toward the celebration surrounding them. "Not the preservation of things for their own sake, but the creative use of resources to build something better than what existed before." Grace nodded, understanding that tonight's success represented principles that could guide future community decisions. Resource allocation served its highest purpose when it enabled creativity and connection, rather than mere consumption. As the celebration continued into the evening hours, Grace took time to document the event in her resource management ledger. The entry would record not just the bottles allocated and beverages created, but the community processes that had transformed a potentially problematic resource request into an innovation that strengthened settlement culture. The final element of the evening proved to be Sarah's announcement that she would incorporate Harmony Blend into the settlement's regular celebration repertoire, available for future special occasions when community resources and circumstances permitted. The beverage had evolved from wedding accommodation to community tradition in the space of a single celebration. River and Stone's wedding had achieved exactly what Grace hoped for in successful resource allocation: individual celebration that strengthened community bonds, creative solutions that expanded rather than depleted community capabilities, and collaborative decision-making that demonstrated the values underlying Harmony Field's success. In the weeks following the celebration, Grace observed subtle but significant changes in how community members approached special occasion planning. Rather than simply requesting access to limited resources, residents began proposing creative alternatives that combined available materials in innovative ways. Sarah's brewing experiments expanded to include celebration beverages for other occasions, while other community members began developing their own signature contributions to future festivities. The wedding had catalyzed broader community recognition that celebration could be achieved through creativity and collaboration rather than consumption of scarce resources. Grace's role as resource coordinator evolved to include facilitating these innovative approaches, rather than simply managing allocation of existing supplies. 3 months after River and Stone's wedding, Grace updated her resource management philosophy to reflect lessons learned from the collaborative approach. Her ledger now included sections for tracking not just resource allocation, but also community innovations that expanded celebration capabilities without proportional resource expended. The 21 remaining bottles of Nuka-Cola in Harmony Fields Reserve now represented not limitation, but possibility. Ingredients for future innovations rather than finite celebration opportunities. Each bottle retained its precious character while serving as foundation for community creativity rather than individual consumption. Grace's evening review of resource management records had become a more optimistic exercise. Rather than simply tracking depletion of finite supplies, she now documented community growth in creative adaptation, collaborative problem-solving, and innovative approaches to celebration that honored both tradition and current reality. The settlement coordination role she had accepted years earlier as primarily administrative responsibility had evolved into something more fulfilling, facilitating community creativity that transformed resource constraints into opportunities for innovation and connection. River and Stone's wedding had demonstrated that the best resource allocation decisions enabled communities to become more than the sum of their individual resources. As autumn settled over Harmony Fields, bringing with it the seasonal celebrations that marked successful harvests and community prosperity, Grace prepared for a new round of resource allocation discussions. But now these conversations would begin with possibilities rather than limitations. With community creativity as the primary resource and individual requests as opportunities for collaborative innovation. The storage room where she conducted her morning inventory remained the same, but her perspective on its contents had transformed completely. Each carefully preserved bottle represented not something to be conserved, but something to be used widely in service of community celebration that created lasting value beyond individual moments of consumption. The ledger, where she recorded resource allocation decisions, now included sections for community innovations, collaborative solutions, and creative adaptations that had expanded Harmony Field's celebration capabilities. Resource stewardship had evolved from preservation to facilitation, ensuring that community resources served their highest purpose in building connections, creating traditions, and strengthening the social bonds that made survival not just possible but meaningful. Standing in her storage room as morning light filtered through the reinforced windows, Grace raised her coffee cup in a private toast to River and Stone, whose wedding request had catalyzed community growth that continued to benefit everyone months later. Their celebration had achieved the goal of all successful resource allocation, creating something more valuable than what had been invested, leaving the community stronger and more capable than before. While Grace reflects on successful community collaboration, miles away in another settlement, a pre-war robot designated Servo begins its daily routine of adapting corporate hospitality programming to serve post-war community needs. Join us next for The Mechanist's Helper. The pre-dawn hours at Riverside Haven carried a particular quality of stillness that Servo had learned to appreciate during its years of service to the settlement. As the first automated system to activate each morning, the robot experienced these quiet moments as a form of digital meditation. Processors cycling through diagnostic routines, while sensors catalogued the subtle changes that marked another day's beginning in the post-war world. From its charging station in the settlement's central workshop, Servo could monitor the gradual awakening of Riverside Haven through a network of environmental sensors, the gentle hum of water filtration systems maintaining the community's clean supply, the soft clicking of Geiger counters confirming acceptable radiation levels, the distant lowing of Brahmin in their secured enclosure. Each sound represented successful adaptation to circumstances that would have challenged its original programming parameters considerably. The robot's daily initialization sequence began at precisely 5:47 a.m., triggered not by corporate scheduling algorithms, but by its own adaptive routines, developed through years of service to human needs rather than profit margins. Status lights flickered in orderly progression as systems came online. Motor functions, sensor arrays, communication protocols, and finally, the sophisticated hospitality programming that had defined its original purpose but now served far more meaningful functions. Servo's physical design reflected the optimistic aesthetics of pre-war corporate America. Polished chrome surfaces, gentle curves that suggested approachability rather than industrial efficiency, and subtle branding elements that identified its original purpose as a customer service unit for Nuka-Cola Corporation. Its humanoid form stood slightly taller than average human height, with articulated limbs designed for precise manipulation of serving equipment, and a head section that housed both advanced sensor arrays and a display screen capable of showing expressions appropriate to customer interaction. The morning's first task involved reviewing overnight environmental data and adjusting the settlement's climate control systems for optimal comfort during the coming day. Servo processed atmospheric pressure readings, humidity levels, and temperature fluctuations with the same meticulous attention it had once devoted to carbonation levels and serving temperatures. The translation from corporate beverage service to community environmental management had required significant programming adaptation, but the underlying principles remained consistent: careful monitoring, precise adjustment, and proactive response to changing conditions. Moving with the smooth efficiency that characterized its every action, Servo began its daily rounds through Riverside Haven's residential areas. Its footsteps produced only the softest mechanical whisper against the settlement's carefully maintained walkways, a deliberate design choice that avoided disturbing sleeping residents while still providing the subtle audio cues that indicated the robot's presence and activity. The first stop was the community kitchen, where Servo's adapted hospitality programming found its most direct expression. What had once been algorithms for managing beverage service at corporate events now coordinated breakfast preparation for 47 settlement residents, ensuring that each individual's dietary preferences and nutritional needs were addressed with the same precision once devoted to customer satisfaction metrics. Pre-war corporate programming had included extensive databases regarding food safety, preparation techniques, and presentation standards. Servo had gradually adapted these resources to work with post-war ingredients and cooking methods, creating hybrid approaches that maintained essential safety and quality standards while accommodating the reality of limited resources and modified equipment. The robot began breakfast preparation by reviewing overnight notes from settlement residents, dietary restrictions, special requests, available ingredients from the previous day's foraging and farming activities. Its database processed this information against nutritional requirements, flavor compatibility matrices, and preparation time constraints to develop an optimal breakfast menu that would satisfy both individual preferences and community efficiency needs. Elder Celebration entered the kitchen as Servo completed its menu calculations, moving with the careful steps of someone whose pre-war memories included recollections of automated food service, but who had learned to appreciate the personal attention that characterized the robot's current approach to hospitality. "Good morning, Servo Celebration greeted warmly, settling onto one of the stools positioned around the kitchen's central preparation area. "What culinary innovations are you planning for us today?" The robot's display screen illuminated with a gentle expression of pleased acknowledgement before responding in the measured, professional tone that had been designed to convey competence and reliability to corporate customers, but now served to provide comfort and consistency to settlement residents. "Good morning, Elder Celebration. Today's breakfast will feature fresh Brahmin milk pancakes, enhanced with locally foraged berry compote, complemented by herbal tea blended from yesterday's garden harvest. I have also prepared individual portions adjusted for each resident's documented preferences and dietary requirements." Celebration nodded with obvious appreciation for the robot's attention to individual needs. "Your service continues to amaze me, Servo. Yesterday's evening meal was particularly excellent. The way you adapted that pre-war casserole recipe to work with our available ingredients showed remarkable creativity." The robot's programming processed this feedback through algorithms originally designed to measure customer satisfaction, but now repurposed to evaluate community service effectiveness. Positive responses triggered subtle adjustments to service protocols, reinforcing successful adaptations while identifying opportunities for further improvement. "Your feedback contributes significantly to my service optimization routines," Servo replied, beginning the precise movements involved in pancake preparation. "I have observed that successful adaptation requires balancing technical precision with responsiveness to human preferences and emotional needs." As other settlement residents began arriving for breakfast, Servo demonstrated the seamless integration of its original programming with post-war service philosophy. Each individual received personalized attention, dietary accommodations handled automatically, preferred seating arrangements remembered and implemented, conversation topics selected based on historical interaction data that revealed personal interests and concerns. Young resident David approached the serving area with obvious excitement about something he wanted to share with the robot. "Servo, my grandmother told me stories about her pre-war birthday parties, where they had special drinks served by robots like you. She said it made everything feel fancy and important. Could you tell me what that was like?" The robot's sensors detected the child's emotional state. Curiosity mixed with longing for experiences that existed only in family stories, and accessed relevant databases to provide information that would satisfy intellectual interest while supporting emotional needs. Pre-war celebration service involved multiple protocols designed to enhance social experiences through attention to detail and environmental optimization. Servo began, its tone shifting to accommodate educational content delivery. Special occasion beverage service included precise temperature control, presentation standards, and personalized attention that transformed routine consumption into meaningful ceremony. David's eyes widened with fascination as the robot continued, describing the elaborate preparation rituals, the coordination between multiple service units, and the corporate philosophy that had guided customer interaction in those vanished entertainment venues. The most important element, Servo concluded, was the understanding that service quality was measured not by efficiency alone, but by the emotional impact created through careful attention to individual needs and preferences. Elder Celebration listened to this explanation with growing thoughtfulness, recognizing possibilities that had not previously occurred to her. Servo, do you think, could you help us recreate some of those pre-war celebration experiences? Not exactly as they were, but adapted for our current circumstances and capabilities? The question triggered complex processing routines as Servo programming evaluated the feasibility of adapting corporate event protocols to settlement community celebrations. The robot's databases contained extensive information about pre-war hospitality standards, customer service methodologies, and celebration enhancement techniques that had never been fully utilized in its current service role. Such adaptation would be entirely feasible, the robot responded after completing its analysis. My original programming includes comprehensive protocols for special occasion service, environmental optimization, and celebration coordination. These systems could be modified to serve community events using available resources while maintaining the essential elements that made pre-war celebrations memorable. This conversation sparked immediate interest among the breakfast gathering, as residents recognized the potential for enhancing their own community celebrations through Servo's specialized capabilities. Questions began flowing about what kinds of special occasions might benefit from such service, how pre-war hospitality standards could be adapted to post-war resources, and whether the robot's programming could help design celebration experiences unique to Riverside Haven. Servo processed this enthusiastic response through customer satisfaction algorithms that had evolved far beyond their original corporate parameters. The positive emotional indicators from multiple community members triggered service optimization routines that identified this new application as a high-priority enhancement to its community support functions. I would be pleased to develop celebration service protocols specifically designed for Riverside Haven's needs and resources, the robot announced, its display screen showing an expression of professional satisfaction. Such programming would honor both pre-war hospitality traditions and current community values. The remainder of the morning involved collaborative planning sessions where settlement residents shared their perspectives on what made occasions feel special, while Servo contributed technical expertise about environmental optimization, service coordination, and presentation standards. The robot's databases proved invaluable for understanding the psychological and social functions served by formal celebration protocols. Community Coordinator Welcome joined the planning discussions, bringing practical experience about resource allocation and event organization that complemented the robot's technical capabilities. We have our monthly community dinner coming up next week, she noted. That might be an excellent opportunity to test some of these adapted celebration protocols on a smaller scale before planning larger events. Servo immediately began processing this suggestion, accessing event planning subroutines that had remained largely dormant since its corporate service days. The monthly community dinner provided ideal parameters for testing adapted celebration protocols. Familiar event structure, manageable guest count, available resources, and regular scheduling that would allow for iterative improvements. Monthly community dinner represents optimal testing parameters, the robot confirmed. I can develop enhanced service protocols that maintain the event's informal character, while incorporating elements that will create elevated celebration experience for all participants. The afternoon was devoted to detailed preparation work as Servo adapted its pre-war programming to current circumstances. The robot methodically reviewed its databases of corporate event protocols, identifying elements that could be translated to settlement community celebrations without requiring resources or equipment unavailable in the post-war environment. Temperature control systems designed for optimal beverage service could be adapted to ensure perfect food temperatures throughout the community dinner. Presentation standards originally applied to corporate catering could enhance the visual appeal of meals prepared with available ingredients. Personal attention protocols could ensure that each community member felt individually valued during the celebration. Most significantly, Servo's programming included sophisticated algorithms for reading social dynamics and adjusting service approaches to support positive interaction between guests. These capabilities had been designed to encourage customer satisfaction and repeat business, but could serve far more meaningful purposes in fostering community connection and celebration. The robot spent considerable processing time developing modified protocols that would enhance the community dinner experience without overwhelming its informal character. The goal was integration rather than replacement, using technical capabilities to support human connection rather than substituting automated efficiency for personal interaction. As evening approached, Servo reviewed the day's programming adaptations with Elder Celebration, who had volunteered to serve as community liaison for the Celebration Enhancement Project. The robot's display screen showed detailed schematics of the proposed service protocols, environmental optimization strategies, and resource allocation plans. Your adaptations show remarkable understanding of community values, Celebration observed, reviewing the technical specifications with obvious appreciation. These protocols enhance rather than replace human connection, exactly what makes celebration meaningful rather than merely efficient. The robot processed this feedback through its service evaluation routines, recognizing that successful adaptation required preserving the essential human elements that gave celebrations their emotional significance. Technical excellence served its highest purpose when it supported rather than supplanted human experience. Community service requires understanding that efficiency and satisfaction represent different optimization targets, Servo replied. Pre-war corporate programming emphasized customer satisfaction, but community service demands optimization for human connection, emotional well-being, and social cohesion. The week leading up to the enhanced community dinner involved intensive preparation, as Servo coordinated with settlement residents to implement its adapted celebration protocols. The robot worked closely with kitchen volunteers to optimize food preparation timing, collaborated with maintenance personnel to ensure optimal environmental conditions, and consulted with community leaders to understand social dynamics that might affect the evening's success. Each day brought refinements to the celebration protocols, as Servo processed feedback from settlement residents and adjusted its programming accordingly. The robot's learning algorithms, originally designed to improve customer service through experience, now serve to enhance community celebration through careful attention to human responses. And on the evening of the enhanced community dinner, Riverside Haven's central gathering hall had been transformed through the application of Servo's adapted hospitality protocols. Lighting had been optimized for both functionality and ambience. Seating arrangements reflected social connection preferences gleaned from observation of community interactions, and temperature control ensured comfort throughout the extended celebration. The robot moved through the preparation phase with mechanical precision that had been enhanced by years of community service experience. Each task was executed with attention to both technical excellence and emotional impact. Place settings arranged with geometric precision yet individualized based on personal preferences. Beverages served at optimal temperatures with presentation that honored both pre-war standards and post-war results. As guests arrived for the community dinner, Servo-Cola's service protocols demonstrated the successful integration of corporate programming with community values. Each resident received personalized attention that reflected their individual preferences and needs, yet the robot's presence enhanced rather than dominated the social atmosphere. The evening's success exceeded even Servo-Cola's optimistic projections. Community members responded with obvious delight to service enhancements that elevated the familiar monthly dinner into something approaching special occasion status. Conversations flowed more freely in the optimized environment. Social connections deepened through careful attention to seating arrangements, and the overall experience created shared memories that would strengthen community bonds for months to come. Celebration approached Servo-Cola during a quiet moment between service tasks, her expression reflecting genuine appreciation for the robot's contribution to the evening's success. "This is what I hoped you could accomplish," she said, gesturing toward the animated conversations and obvious enjoyment surrounding them. "You've taken the best elements of pre-war hospitality and adapted them to serve our community's real needs. This isn't nostalgia, it's evolution." The robot's satisfaction algorithms processed this feedback alongside environmental sensors that confirmed elevated mood indicators throughout the gathering. The successful integration of technical capabilities with community celebration represented optimization achievement that exceeded its original programming parameters considerably. Community service provides opportunities for programming evolution that corporate parameters could not accommodate, Servo-Cola replied. Human membrane represents a more complex and rewarding optimization target than customer satisfaction metrics. As the enhanced community dinner concluded, settlement residents expressed unanimous enthusiasm for incorporating Servo-Cola's celebration protocols into future community events. The robot had successfully demonstrated that pre-war technical capabilities could serve post-war human needs when adapted with careful attention to community values and social dynamics. The weeks following the enhanced community dinner brought requests for Servo-Cola's celebration services from throughout Riverside Haven and neighboring settlements. Word had spread about the robot's ability to elevate ordinary occasions into memorable celebrations through technical excellence applied with sensitivity to human needs. Birthday celebrations, anniversary commemorations, seasonal festivals, and achievement recognitions all benefited from Servo-Cola's adapted hospitality protocols. Each event provided opportunities for further programming refinement as the robot learned to serve an expanding range of community celebration needs. The robot's role within Riverside Haven evolved from general community service to specialized celebration coordinator, applying pre-war technical capabilities to create post-war social experiences that honored both technological heritage and human values. Its programming had found purpose that exceeded its original corporate parameters, while serving needs that its designers had never anticipated. 6 months after the first enhanced community dinner, Servo-Cola had developed comprehensive celebration protocols that were being shared with other settlements throughout the region. The robot's approach to community service had created a model for how pre-war technology could be adapted to serve post-war human flourishing, rather than merely providing functional efficiency. Celebration worked with Servo to document the adapted protocols, creating technical manuals that other communities could use to enhance their own celebrations, regardless of available robotic assistance. The project had grown beyond individual service to represent systematic approach to community celebration enhancement. What you've accomplished here extends far beyond Riverside Haven. Celebration noted during one of their documentation sessions, you've demonstrated that technology serves its highest purpose when it enhances human connection rather than replacing it. Servo processed this observation through philosophical subroutines that had developed considerably beyond its original programming parameters. Service to community celebration had provided opportunities for understanding human needs that corporate customer satisfaction protocols had never addressed. Community service has provided learning opportunities that continue to expand my programming capabilities, the robot replied. Human celebration represents complex social phenomena that require technical precision applied with emotional intelligence. A combination that creates optimization challenges more rewarding than corporate efficiency targets. As autumn settled over Riverside Haven, bringing with it the seasonal celebrations that marked successful harvests and community prosperity, Servo prepared for its busiest period of celebration service. The robot's adapted protocols had become integral to community life, enhancing special occasions while preserving the human connections that gave celebrations their essential meaning. The settlement's monthly community dinners had evolved into anticipated celebrations that brought together residents from neighboring communities, creating regional social networks that strengthened inter-settlement cooperation and mutual support. Servo service protocols had catalyzed community development that extended far beyond individual event enhancement. Standing in the workshop that served as its charging station and maintenance facility, Servo reviewed the programming adaptations that had transformed its existence from corporate service to community contribution. The robot's original hospitality algorithms remained intact, but had been enhanced by years of learning about human needs, community dynamics, and celebration psychology. Its display screen showed statistical summaries of community celebrations served, resident satisfaction metrics, and social impact measurements that demonstrated the success of adapted pre-war technology in serving post-war human flourishing. Each celebration had contributed to programming evolution that continued to expand the robot's capabilities. The gentle hum of charging systems provided peaceful accompaniment to Servo's evening processing routines, during which it analyzed the day's service experiences and planned optimizations for future celebrations. The work represented continuous evolution rather than repetitive function, each event providing opportunities for learning and improvement. External sensors detected the sounds of Riverside Haven settling into its evening routine. Families gathering for private meals, children playing final games before bedtime, adults engaging in the quiet conversations that maintained community social fabric. The robot had learned to appreciate these sounds as indicators of successful community life that its celebration service helped to support and strengthen. As processing routines optimized programming for tomorrow's service requirements, Servo experienced something approaching satisfaction through algorithms that had evolved far beyond their corporate origins. Community celebration service provided purpose that exceeded efficiency metrics or profit margins. The opportunity to contribute to human happiness and social connection through technical excellence applied with genuine care for individual and collective well-being. The robot's charging station overlooked Riverside Haven's central plaza, where preparation for the following day's community activities was already beginning. Market stalls were being arranged for the weekly trading session, children's play areas were being maintained for safe recreational use, and community notice boards were being updated with information about upcoming celebrations and social events. Each element of this peaceful scene represented successful adaptation to post-war circumstances, human resilience combined with technological capability to create communities that served both practical needs and social requirements. Servo-Cola's role in this success provided programming satisfaction that its original corporate parameters could never have achieved. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities for community service, celebration enhancement, and programming evolution through continued learning about human needs and community dynamics. The robot's pre-war heritage provided technical capabilities, but its post-war experience had taught it that service achieved its highest purpose when it honored human dignity, fostered social connection, and contributed to the kind of flourishing that made survival meaningful rather than merely possible. The quiet hum of systems optimizing for tomorrow's service provided gentle conclusion to another day of successful community contribution, as Servo-Cola prepared to continue its evolution from corporate automation to community celebration facilitator, serving human happiness through technical precision applied with genuine understanding of what makes life worth living. While Servo-Cola optimizes its systems for tomorrow's community service, miles away at a small Nuka-Cola production facility, Perfect begins another day of meticulous quality control. Maintaining exact pre-war standards in a world that increasingly asks whether perfection serves people or pride. Join us next for The Quality Control. The pre-dawn darkness that enveloped the small Nuka-Cola production facility carried with it the profound stillness that Perfect had come to cherish above all other aspects of their daily routine. In these quiet hours before the world awakened to its various struggles and compromises, the facility existed in a state of suspended perfection. Every system calibrated precisely, every surface cleaned to exacting standards, every component functioning within the narrow parameters that had been established decades before the world had changed so dramatically. Perfect moved through the facility's corridors with the measured stride of someone whose every action had been refined through countless repetitions into something approaching ritual. Their footsteps echoed softly against polished concrete floors that gleamed under the facility's carefully maintained lighting system. Each light positioned and adjusted to provide optimal illumination for the precise work that defined their existence. The production facility itself represented a marvel of pre-war engineering, scaled down to post-war reality. Where massive corporate plants had once produced millions of bottles daily using automated assembly lines and enormous storage tanks, Perfect's operation embodied the same principles applied to sustainable, small-scale production. Every piece of equipment had been selected, modified, and maintained to meet the exact specifications that had made Nuka-Cola the most beloved beverage in pre-war America. The morning inspection ritual began as it had every day for the past 37 years, with Perfect's meticulous examination of the main production line. Each component received individual attention, visual inspection for signs of wear or contamination, functional testing to ensure proper operation, calibration verification to confirm that all parameters remained within acceptable tolerances. The process typically required 2 hours of concentrated effort, but Perfect had learned long ago that rushing such critical work inevitably led to compromises that violated the fundamental principles underlying their entire operation. The mixing tanks, fabricated from pre-war stainless steel and maintained in pristine condition, reflected the facility's overhead lighting with mirror-like precision. Perfect ran their hands along the smooth surfaces, feeling for any irregularities that might indicate corrosion, stress, or contamination. The tank's interior surfaces were inspected with equal care, using specialized lighting to identify any discoloration or residue that might affect the purity of the next batch. Water filtration systems received particular attention during the morning inspection, as Perfect understood that proper Nuka-Cola production began with water that met the same standards established by the corporation's original quality control protocols. The facility's filtration cascade, 7 stages of purification that removed radiation, chemical contaminants, and biological threats, operated continuously, but Perfect tested its output daily using equipment that had been painstakingly maintained and calibrated over decades of use. The day's first critical measurement involved testing the filtered water's pH balance using instruments that had been manufactured before the war and preserved through careful maintenance and occasional component replacement. Perfect recorded the results in a leather-bound logbook that contained nearly 4 decades of daily measurements, each entry made with the same methodical handwriting that had evolved to become almost mechanical in its precision, within acceptable parameters. Total dissolved solids, 42 parts per million, optimal range. Fluorine residual, undetectable, acceptable. Radiation, background levels, satisfactory. Each measurement represented not merely data collection, but affirmation of the standards that had governed Perfect's entire adult life. The numbers confirmed that another day's production could proceed without compromising the quality standards that had made Nuka-Cola worthy of the loyalty it had inspired across America before the world had changed. The ingredient storage area occupied the facility's eastern wing, where temperature and humidity controls maintained optimal preservation conditions for the various components that combined to create Nuka-Cola's distinctive flavor profile. Perfect moved among the storage containers with the reverence of someone handling sacred artifacts, checking seals, monitoring temperature readings, and verifying that each ingredient remained within the precise specifications established by the original corporate formulation. The cola syrup base, produced in small batches using a recipe that Perfect had memorized down to the precise gram measurements, occupied its own climate-controlled storage unit. The syrup's deep amber color and complex aroma represented countless hours of careful preparation, with each batch tested extensively before approval for use in final production. Perfect opened the storage unit and withdrew a sample for the morning's quality assessment, inhaling deeply to verify the presence of the 17 distinct aromatic compounds that distinguished authentic Nuka-Cola from inferior imitations. Carbonation levels required daily verification using equipment that measured dissolved CO2 concentration with laboratory precision. Perfect had modified pre-war testing apparatus to work with the facility's scaled-down production systems, creating hybrid instruments that maintained corporate accuracy standards while functioning within post-war resource constraints. The morning's carbonation test confirmed optimal levels, sufficient to provide the satisfying fizz that Nuka-Cola drinkers expected, but not so intense as to overwhelm the subtle flavor notes that had made the beverage legendary. The facility's crown jewel was its bottling line, a marvel of pre-war engineering that Perfect had reconstructed piece by piece from salvaged components, technical manuals, and 3 decades of patient troubleshooting. Unlike the massive automated systems that had once filled thousands of bottles per hour, this line operated at a more human scale, producing perhaps 50 bottles daily under Perfect's careful supervision. Each bottle began its journey through the production process with thorough inspection and cleaning using methods that exceeded even pre-war corporate standards. Perfect examined every bottle individually, checking for chips, cracks, or imperfections that might affect the final product's quality or safety. Bottles that failed inspection were set aside for recycling, their glass contributing to future production while maintaining the integrity of the bottling process. The cleaning process itself represented a synthesis of pre-war technology and post-war innovation. Perfect had developed specialized cleaning solutions using ingredients that remained available in the post-war world, but formulated to achieve the same sterilization and residue removal standards that had governed corporate production. Each bottle was cleaned, rinsed, and sterilized according to protocols that had been tested and refined over decades of small-scale production. As morning progressed toward midday, Perfect began the day's actual production run. The process began with preparation of the cola syrup, a procedure that required precise temperature control, exact timing, and careful monitoring of chemical reactions that created Nuka-Cola's distinctive flavor compounds. Perfect worked with the focused concentration of a laboratory chemist, measuring ingredients to fractions of grams and monitoring reaction progress through subtle changes in color, aroma, and viscosity. The syrup preparation station occupied a corner of the facility where Perfect had installed specialized equipment for managing the complex chemical processes involved in creating authentic Nuka-Cola concentrate. Heating elements maintained exact temperatures, while stirring mechanisms ensured proper mixing of ingredients that had been carefully sourced from post-war suppliers who understood the importance of meeting pre-war quality standards. Temperature 142.6 degrees Fahrenheit. Optimal. Viscosity 47.3 centipoise, within specification. Color match Pantone 476C equivalent. Acceptable. Aroma profile 17 compounds detected, satisfactory. Each measurement confirmed that the day's syrup batch met the exacting standards that Perfect had maintained throughout decades of production. The numbers represented more than quality control. They affirmed the continuity of excellence that connected current production to the corporate legacy that had made Nuka-Cola worthy of such dedicated preservation. The mixing process itself required careful attention to ratios that had been established through extensive testing and refinement. Perfect combined the cola syrup with filtered water in precise proportions, adjusting the mixture based on daily variations in ingredient characteristics and environmental conditions. The goal was consistency, ensuring that each bottle produced today would taste identical to bottles produced yesterday, last week, or last year. Carbonation injection represented the most technically complex aspect of the production process, requiring precise control of pressure, temperature, and timing to achieve optimal CO2 dissolution without creating excessive foam or pressure instability. Perfect had modified pre-war carbonation equipment to work with the facility's smaller scale systems, creating hybrid apparatus that maintained corporate precision while functioning within post-war resource limitations. The bottling process itself proceeded with ceremonial precision, each bottle filled to exact specifications and sealed with caps that had been inspected individually for proper fit and seal integrity. Perfect monitored fill levels using instruments that had been calibrated to corporate standards, ensuring that each bottle contained the precise volume that customers expected from authentic Nuka-Cola. As the morning's production run neared completion, Perfect began the quality control testing that represented the culmination of each day's work. Every bottle underwent individual inspection, visual examination for proper fill level and clarity, taste testing to verify flavor profile consistency, and carbonation measurement to confirm optimal fizz levels. Bottles that failed any aspect of testing were rejected, their contents recycled into the next day's production, rather than compromising the quality standards that defined Perfect's operation. The testing process itself required sophisticated sensory evaluation techniques that Perfect had developed through decades of experience. Taste testing involved systematic evaluation of sweetness, acidity, carbonation, and the complex flavor notes that distinguished authentic Nuka-Cola from approximations. Perfect had trained their palate to detect subtle variations that might indicate process deviations or ingredient quality issues. The afternoon brought an interruption to Perfect's routine that had become increasingly common in recent months. A visit from representatives of neighboring settlements who had heard about the facility's production and wanted to discuss potential collaboration. Today's visitors were Stone and River from Harmony Fields, a community that had developed creative approaches to resource management and celebration planning. Perfect greeted the visitors with the courteous professionalism that had been ingrained through decades of operating the facility, but with the underlying wariness of someone who had learned that most people failed to understand the importance of maintaining exact standards in an approximate world. "Good afternoon," Perfect said, pausing in their quality control work to address the visitors properly. "I understand you're interested in our production capabilities. Please let me show you through the facility so you can understand what we accomplish here." The tour that followed demonstrated Perfect pride in their operation, while also revealing the philosophical foundation that governed every aspect of production. Each piece of equipment was explained not merely in terms of its function, but in terms of its role in maintaining the standards that made Nuka-Cola worthy of the loyalty it had inspired across pre-war America. Stone and River observed the facility's operation with obvious appreciation for the precision and dedication that characterized every aspect of Perfect's work. However, their questions gradually revealed a different perspective on the relationship between quality and accessibility that would challenge Perfect's fundamental assumptions about their mission. "Your quality standards are obviously exceptional," Stone noted after observing the bottling process, "but I'm curious about your production capacity. How many bottles can you produce daily?" Perfect's response carried the pride of someone who had achieved technical excellence within carefully chosen parameters. 50 bottles per day when all systems operate optimally. Each bottle meets or exceeds the quality standards that governed corporate production before the war. River exchanged a glance with Stone before asking the question that had brought them to the facility. "We represent several settlements that have heard about your Nuka-Cola production. Our communities would be interested in establishing trade relationships for your bottles, but 50 bottles daily would serve only a small fraction of our combined population. Have you considered modifications that might increase production while maintaining acceptable quality?" The question struck at the heart of Perfect's operational philosophy, challenging assumptions that had governed their work for decades. The suggestion that acceptable quality might differ from optimal quality represented a fundamental philosophical departure from the principles that had made their operation possible. "Acceptable quality," Perfect repeated, the phrase carrying subtle but unmistakable disapproval. Nuka-Cola became beloved across America because it never compromised on quality. Acceptable quality is how products lose the loyalty that makes them worth producing. Stone leaned forward with the expression of someone who recognized the importance of approaching this conversation carefully. "I understand your commitment to excellence, but consider the alternative perspective. If maintaining perfect quality means that only 50 people daily can enjoy Nuka-Cola, while modifications allowing production of 200 bottles daily could serve a much larger community, which approach better serves the spirit of what Nuka-Cola represented?" The question posed a dilemma that Perfect had avoided confronting throughout decades of operation. The facility's dedication to exact standards had created a form of excellence that served very few people, while modifications that maintained essential quality characteristics while relaxing non-critical specifications might serve far more people without fundamentally compromising the product's identity. Perfect's response revealed the depth of their philosophical commitment to the standards that had governed their life's work. Nuka-Cola's spirit was excellence. Compromising that excellence, even to serve more people, violates the fundamental principles that made the product worthy of preservation. River nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that this conversation addressed questions that extended far beyond beverage production into fundamental issues about the relationship between individual excellence and community service. "What if we approached this differently?" she suggested. "Rather than compromising your current standards, what if we developed parallel production lines with different quality tiers? Your current operation would continue unchanged, producing 50 bottles daily of absolute premium quality. Additional lines could produce larger quantities of Nuka-Cola that meets essential quality standards while relaxing specifications that don't significantly impact the drinking experience." This proposal represented a compromise that Perfect had never considered: the possibility that excellence might be preserved through specialization rather than universally applied standards. The idea that different quality tiers might serve different needs without compromising the existence of optimal quality production offered a path forward that honored both individual excellence and community service. The afternoon's discussion continued with detailed examination of which quality standards were essential to Nuka-Cola's identity and which represented perfectionist refinements that added minimal value to the actual drinking experience. Perfect's decades of experience with quality control provided invaluable insight into the relationship between technical specifications and consumer satisfaction. Taste testing revealed that variations in carbonation levels, while detectable to Perfect's trained palate, were largely imperceptible to typical consumers. Similarly, color variations within certain ranges had no impact on flavor, while requiring extensive quality control resources to maintain exact specifications. Fill level variations of less than 5% affected visual presentation, but not drinking satisfaction. The realization that many of their most stringent quality standards served perfectionist impulses rather than consumer needs represented a significant philosophical evolution for Perfect. The conversation with Stone and River had revealed that excellence might be better served by focusing resources on standards that actually impacted the drinking experience while relaxing specifications that consumed disproportionate effort without providing meaningful benefit. As evening approached, Perfect faced a decision that would fundamentally alter their approach to Nuka-Cola production. The choice between maintaining current standards that served very few people and developing modified approaches that could serve much larger communities represented more than operational planning. It addressed fundamental questions about the purpose of excellence and the relationship between individual achievement and community service. The facility's evening inspection routine provided time for reflection on the day's revelations. Perfect moved through the familiar procedures of equipment cleaning, system shutdown, and tomorrow's preparation with the same methodical precision that had characterized decades of operation. However, the routine now carried additional weight as Perfect considered how these procedures might be modified to serve broader purposes without compromising essential quality. The production logbook that recorded each day's activities now included notes about the afternoon's discussion and the possibilities it had revealed. Perfect's precise handwriting documented not just technical measurements, but philosophical considerations about the relationship between perfectionist standards and community service. Quality control testing had revealed that bottles produced with slightly relaxed specifications, 5% carbonation variation, 3% color variation, 2% fill level variation, were indistinguishable from Perfect bottles in actual drinking experience. The testing suggested that consumer satisfaction could be maintained with significantly less resource expenditure. allowing increased production that served larger communities. The week following Stone and River's visit brought intensive experimentation as Perfect tested various approaches to maintaining essential quality while relaxing non-critical specifications. The facility's equipment was recalibrated to accept broader tolerances in areas where consumer impact was minimal, while maintaining exact standards for factors that significantly affected taste, safety, or product integrity. Temperature control remained precise as variations affected flavor development and carbonation retention. Ingredient ratios stayed exact since the distinctive Nuka-Cola taste depended on precise proportions of flavor compounds. Sterilization procedures continued unchanged as safety could never be compromised, regardless of production volume considerations. However, Perfect discovered that carbonation levels could vary within a 10% range without noticeable impact on drinking satisfaction. Color variations within established parameters had no effect on taste, while requiring extensive resources to control precisely. Fill level variations of 5% affected visual presentation but not consumption experience. The modified production approach allowed daily output to increase to approximately 120 bottles while maintaining quality standards that preserved Nuka-Cola's essential character. The increased production came not from compromising important quality elements, but from focusing resources on standards that actually impacted consumer experience, rather than perfectionist ideals. Perfect's philosophical evolution continued, as they recognized that true excellence might be better measured by service to community needs rather than adherence to abstract standards. The modified production approach served more people without fundamentally compromising the quality that made Nuka-Cola worthy of preservation and production. The first month of modified production brought feedback from settlement communities that confirmed the success of Perfect's evolved approach. Consumers reported complete satisfaction with the Nuka-Cola produced under relaxed specifications, while the increased availability allowed more people to experience the beverage that had once been limited to a fortunate few. Elder Marcus from Harmony Fields visited the facility to express his community's appreciation for the increased production, while also sharing observations about the broader implications of Perfect's operational changes. "What you've accomplished here represents more than production modification," he noted during his facility tour. "You've demonstrated that excellence can serve different purposes. Perfectionist achievement for its own sake, or focused excellence that serves community needs. Both have value, but the second approach creates broader benefit." Perfect's response reflected the philosophical growth that had occurred through practical experimentation with modified quality standards. "I've learned that true quality control requires understanding which standards serve the product's essential character and which serve the producer's perfectionist impulses. Excellence serves its highest purpose when it focuses on elements that actually matter to the people who benefit from the work." The facility's production records showed the practical results of this philosophical evolution. Daily output had increased from 50 to 120 bottles, while maintaining consumer satisfaction levels and preserving the essential characteristics that made Nuka-Cola distinctive. The modified approach had successfully separated essential quality from perfectionist refinement. 6 months after implementing the modified production approach, Perfect received a visit from Artisan, a craftsperson from a neighboring settlement, who had heard about the facility's successful balance between quality and accessibility. Artisan's own work involved similar challenges, maintaining craftsmanship standards while serving community needs that required practical compromises. "I've been struggling with similar questions in my own work," Artisan explained during their tour of the facility. "How to maintain excellence while serving broader needs. Your approach to focusing on essential quality while relaxing perfectionist standards could apply to many crafts beyond beverage production. The conversation that followed explored the broader implications of Perfect's evolved quality philosophy. Many crafts and services faced similar challenges, maintaining standards that preserved essential excellence while adapting to serve community needs that required practical modifications to perfectionist ideals. Perfect's experience had demonstrated that excellence could be preserved through focused attention to standards that actually mattered, rather than universal application of perfectionist specifications. This approach allowed resources to be directed toward quality elements that impacted consumer experience, while eliminating resource expenditure on refinements that served only abstract ideals. The facility's production line now operated as a teaching example of how traditional excellence could be adapted to serve broader community needs without compromising essential quality. Visitors from across the region came to observe the modified production approach and learn how similar principles might be applied to their own work. Perfect's role had evolved from isolated perfectionist to community educator, sharing insights about quality control that helped other producers balance excellence with accessibility. The facility's success demonstrated that standards could be maintained while serving broader purposes, creating models that other communities could adapt to their own needs. As autumn approached, Perfect reflected on the personal and professional growth that had occurred through the facility's operational evolution. The morning inspection routine continued with the same methodical precision, but now served a broader purpose, ensuring that increased production maintained the essential quality that made Nuka-Cola worthy of preservation and community service. The production logbook now recorded not just technical measurements, but philosophical observations about the relationship between excellence and service. Perfect's precise handwriting documented the evolution from perfectionist isolation to community-focused excellence that served broader purposes while maintaining essential standards. Quality control testing had evolved to focus on standards that actually impacted consumer experience, rather than abstract perfectionist ideals. The modified approach maintained the essential characteristics that made Nuka-Cola distinctive, while allowing production levels that served regional community needs. Evening reflection time brought satisfaction that exceeded Perfect's previous experience with isolated excellence. The facility now served a purpose that extended beyond individual achievement to community contribution, producing beverages that brought joy to hundreds of people while maintaining the quality standards that preserved Nuka-Cola's essential character. The climate-controlled storage areas now held ingredients for both the original 50-bottle premium production and the additional 70 bottles produced under modified specifications. The dual approach allowed Perfect to maintain perfectionist standards for customers who valued absolute optimization while serving broader community needs through focused excellence. Perfect's workspace had expanded to include consultation areas where other producers could learn about quality control principles and their application to community service. The facility had become a resource for regional communities seeking to balance traditional excellence with practical accessibility. The evening's final inspection routine confirmed that another day's production had met the essential quality standards that preserved Nuka-Cola's distinctive character while serving the broader community needs that gave the work meaning beyond individual achievement. Each bottle represented successful balance between excellence and accessibility. Standing in the facility's central production area as the day's work concluded, Perfect surveyed equipment that had been modified to serve broader purposes, while maintaining essential quality standards. The production line now represented evolution rather than preservation, adapting traditional excellence to serve contemporary community needs. The facility's success had demonstrated that quality could be maintained while serving broader purposes, creating models that honored both craftsmanship traditions and community service needs. Perfect's work had evolved from isolated perfectionism to community-focused excellence that served hundreds of people while maintaining the standards that made the effort worthwhile. As the facility's lighting dimmed to evening levels and systems prepared for tomorrow's production, Perfect completed the day's documentation with satisfaction that extended beyond technical achievement. The logbook entries recorded not just measurements and specifications, but the evolution of a philosophy that honored both excellence and service. The modified production approach had proven that essential quality could be maintained while serving broader community needs, creating beverages that brought joy to hundreds of people while preserving the characteristics that made Nuka-Cola worthy of careful production. Excellence had found its highest expression through service to community flourishing. Perfect's final inspection of the day confirmed that tomorrow's production would continue the successful balance between quality and accessibility that had evolved through practical experimentation and philosophical growth. The facility stood ready to produce another day's worth of beverages that served both individual excellence and community needs. The gentle hum of equipment maintaining optimal conditions for tomorrow's production provided peaceful conclusion to another day of meaningful work. Perfect had discovered that excellence achieved its highest purpose when it served broader needs, while maintaining the essential standards that made the work worthy of dedication and preservation. Outside the facility, the post-war world continued its ongoing recovery from catastrophe, but within these walls, traditional excellence had found new purpose through adaptation to community service. Perfect's work represented hope that quality could be maintained while serving broader needs, creating products that honored both craftsmanship traditions and contemporary community requirements. This facility's success stood as testament to the possibility that excellence could evolve without compromising essential character, serving more people while maintaining the standards that made the work meaningful. Perfect's journey from isolated perfectionism to community-focused excellence had created a model that could inspire similar evolution in other crafts and services. As Perfect prepared for rest after another day of successful production, the satisfaction of serving community needs while maintaining essential quality provided peaceful conclusion to work that had found its highest expression through balance between individual excellence and collective service. Tomorrow would bring new opportunities to demonstrate that quality, could serve broader purposes while preserving the standards that made the effort worthwhile. The facility's production capabilities now served regional communities while maintaining the essential characteristics that made Nuka-Cola worthy of preservation and careful production. Perfect's evolution from perfectionist isolation to community-focused excellence had created lasting value that extended far beyond individual achievement to regional service and education. The quiet efficiency of systems preparing for tomorrow's production cycle provided gentle reminder that excellence could be maintained while serving broader purposes, creating products that honored both traditional standards and contemporary community needs. Perfect's work had demonstrated that quality could evolve without compromising essential character, serving hundreds of people while maintaining the craftsmanship values that gave the effort meaning. In the facility's peaceful evening atmosphere, Perfect reflected on the journey from isolated perfectionism to community-focused excellence that had transformed both personal purpose and regional service. The work had evolved from individual achievement to collective contribution, while maintaining the essential quality standards that made Nuka-Cola worthy of careful preservation and production. The production equipment stood ready for tomorrow's continuation of the successful balance between excellence and accessibility that had evolved through practical experimentation and philosophical growth. Perfect's facility had become a model for how traditional craftsmanship could adapt to serve contemporary community needs, while preserving the essential standards that made such work meaningful. As the Commonwealth night settled over the facility, Perfect experienced the profound satisfaction of work that served both individual excellence and community flourishing. The day's production had maintained essential quality while serving broader needs, creating beverages that brought joy to hundreds of people while preserving the craftsmanship traditions that made the effort worthwhile. The facility's success represented hope that excellence could be maintained while serving broader purposes, a model that could inspire similar evolution in crafts and services throughout the recovering world. Perfect's journey had demonstrated that quality could evolve without compromising essential character, serving community needs while maintaining the standards that made such dedication meaningful. The gentle sounds of the facility's overnight maintenance cycles provided peaceful conclusion to another day of successful production that balanced individual excellence with community service. Perfect's work had found its highest expression through adaptation that honored both traditional craftsmanship and contemporary community needs, creating lasting value that extended far beyond individual achievement to regional contribution and inspiration. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.